like people who knew him saying, "Oh yeah, I was with him and he was perfectly fine."
Well, I can tell you, Jesse Jackson absolutely did drink. As to how much he drank and when he drank, I don't know.
But, were you drinking buddies?
No, I've never met the man.
Okay, gotcha.
I've never met the man. I've heard tape of him. I've seen tape of him, but I've never met the man. Well, welcome everybody. If you're in the audience and you want to come on up and talk about anything you want, we encourage you to do so. Let's take a look at our next news story here.
You've got time, Steve. I want to promote my new DVD.
You know what? I think it's fine. And let me just give the old disclosure. For those of you that do not want to give Benjamin 5 minutes to promote, welcome to hour number 2. You get a fresh 5 starting now.
Wow, available now wherever fine DVDs are sold. And when Mandela becomes president, or if you're in the UK, you're already halfway home. But or Germany, 3/4 of the way. So just to prepare you for that eventuality, I have prepared a DVD. It will cover all the topics you need to know. Now, one of the ones I didn't cover in the first hour is how to go on a date with your 9-year-old wife and the woman you want to be your second wife. Now, this can be awkward for people in the West going on a date with their current wife and their next wife. So we touch on little things you can do to kind of cut the tension and ease the conversation a little bit without alcohol. You have to do this without alcohol, just to be clear. And that's really the hardest part, is to have that conversation without alcohol. But yeah, things we cover is what to do if you want to leave Islam. Now, the DVD comes with a cyanide packet. The simplest thing to do if you want to leave Islam is just open the cyanide packet, tip your head back, pour that thing right down your pike, and you will have left Islam. Other ways to do it are to stop praying 5 times a day, and then your friends will kill you. That's a little messier, and it kind of leaves a stain on your friends. So, save your friends the time and effort and trouble, and just use the cyanide packet included. Now only $19.99 today. Everywhere fine DVDs are sold. Use the code Uncle Steve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got a question. Why are we in the 1990s? Like, isn't there an app you can download? Like,
listen, man.
The market targeting with DVDs is like 65 plus.
We're going to be in the 1690s. You're going to wish for the 1990s.
There you go. Ask a legitimate question. You get a legitimate answer. Would anybody on stage like a fresh 5 just unmuted? Is it Moose or Moose Fuss Russ? What is it?
Does Monsav?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses are not on. Monsav, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man.
You get a fresh 5, baby. Go.
You should have ran with Moose there, Monsav. You should have stuck with that.
I recognize the voice. Yeah, go ahead, Monsav.
No, I just logged in, and I guess you don't like me to speak about other people, but
no. Actually, we are like Constitution. New DVD.
Yeah, I hope it's a joke.
Go ahead.
But then again, making a joke based on ethnicity or religious beliefs and all that's never a good thing. So I hope we steer away. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your room, but you don't want anyone to come here and say, hey, I'm going to make a joke about Jews and all that, or Christians or Mormons or whatever. That's,
Well, that's why I give the disclosure that if you do not want Benjamin to have his fresh 5, do not raise your hand. Do not behold Raven Grace. Do not come on stage. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a free country. I think everybody's allowed to their own opinion. I travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of Muslim countries. None of the stuff that he's talking about. Yeah, people do marry more than one wives. A very small minority. So do Mormons in Utah.
I was just gonna say they do that in Utah, yeah.
Yeah. The 9-year-old crap is really, really old because the whole argument is that the prophet married a 9-year-old. That was like 1400 years ago.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, people in Europe and Germany and all that were marrying kings were marrying young wives. But in those countries, if you do shit like that, you go to jail.
Something right.
Yeah, about if you try to leave the religion, they're gonna kill you. I mean, that's again. So whatever. I mean, unless you are in Afghanistan, I guess. But Afghanistan is a small kind of. They don't even do that. So generalizing stuff like that, like in this after. If someone is mad at this, then you'll have the Muslims talking about Jews in the afternoon, and then you have Jews talking about the Mormons in the evening, and that's just not right. That's all.
I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead, Violet.
I wanted to say, it was supposed to be funny. And Steve, when you asked if anybody wanted to unmute and say anything before we got the new speakers, I just couldn't get to my mic fast enough to
I'm
say.
sorry, Violet.
Benjamin's comic personality, I wish he'd go back to his professor personality. The joke is supposed to be funny. That's very true. It's supposed to be. Yeah, but yeah, I kind of wish he'd go back to Professor Benjamin instead of.
No, but I don't know if I have any minutes left. Uncle Steve, my
go ahead.
topic that I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
If any president in history, I don't know how we got. I mean, I know how we got here. I don't know how people have voted for this. I guess they are reacting to what they see, and it's not working for them. That's why the approval numbers are low. But I just wanted to say, I mean, it doesn't paint a good picture for us going forward. I think the upcoming November elections are going to be
Right. Generally speaking, the midterms in the House, the party switches.
I think it didn't happen after 9/11. Almost always.
And that's when President Bush had a 90% approval rating when he gave that speech before both houses of Congress that was televised around the world after 9/11. His approval rating was at about 90%. Yes.
That's true. So kind of making that the loss in November would be palatable and completely normal that we lose and that the Republicans lose. It's already been the point of argument of the president. It's like, hey, it's completely normal. Yeah, when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm.
Well, I am predicting right now the Republicans in the House have a 3-seat advantage. It was 4. And then one of my favorite Congressman, Kevin Kiley in Northern California, he left the Republican Party independent. In fact, a 20-seat switch. You are going to see the Democrats gain 20 seats in the House. But again, just by crystal ball.
He picked up a few seats.
Also is the last president, and that was like 40 years ago, to submit a balanced budget. Forget about just a budget, a balanced budget. You know what I mean? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. I'm going to give him 2 minutes to defend his honor, and then it's time for what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Go ahead, man.
2 minutes. Okay, well.
Or you can wait till after what the hell did Jesse Jackson?
No, I just need 2 minutes.
There you go.
I want to address the snowflake here. I'm sorry for you breaking your ears. I just want to point out that if it was wrong to criticize other religions, there wouldn't be any religions in the world because every religion seems to criticize the other religions. The Islams, by the way, if you're an infidel, that's a person who doesn't believe in Islam. The instructions are to kill you. Now, My instruction so far is selling a DVD for $19.99. I don't know if that's equivalent to killing you. I mean, I do include a
You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
I do include a cyanide packet in there, but you know that's a very specific.
It's true. You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
Which is to help you, leave Islam safely and cleanly. But other than that, there's no dying at the sword. There's no defenestration of the gays throwing from the windows. If you're offended by a little joke here and there, I don't know what you do if you actually read the text, the Quran that Mandami swore in on. He came to New York. All kinds of awful things, and apparently you have no smoke for killing children and taking the sword to people based on their ethnicity or if they don't have a religion. No smoke at all for that you have. But for me, making a small joke and trying to sell, I'm trying to put the dinner on the table for my family with my DVD, and you have nothing but smoke. You think it's the worst thing that happened to civilization. You think, the walls will crumble.
It's not the contents of your comedy, Benjamin. It's the ill-formed
and I also
usage
noticed
of it.
I noticed the accent change as well. But Benjamin, thank you. And now it's
You're
time.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. And now it's time for what you.
I think he's
My
rant
DVD
deserves a
All right. You got it. You asked and you were so rigid. And now it's time for what the hell will Jesse Jackson say? So, Legalist, you're going to get a fresh five after we play the game. But Legalist, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Legalist going once, twice. Would you like to play the game or no?
I'm just trying
Okay, that's
what it is.
okay. Okay. It's very simple. Do you want to play the game? Yes or no? If you want, you can listen. You can listen. You'll listen for now. And I'm going in reverse. Let's go to Smurf. Smurf, you'll get a fresh five in a bit. But right now, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Smurf.
Yeah.
Smurf. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Smurf, here we go. Listen up. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
All right, here's your very first clip. Good luck, everybody. Let me hasten to say today.
All right, Smurf, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's very clear. He said, let me hasten to stay today. That means hasten is...
Yes!
Very good, Smurf.
Once again, when we played in hour number one, Violet got it right off the bat. Let me hasten to say today. Man, the guy got to make these first ones tougher. Very good. Okay, we will come back to you for your fresh five. Hang on just a second. I got to queue up the second to the last one, 1708. Hold on, please.
I think we should play what did Bobby Boucher say?
I'll check into that. Okay, Berto, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
No, I have to leave the stage. Sure.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Let's go to Monsef. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Okay, so here we go, Monsef. It's on you. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1. We built in his house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? No!
Hey, I didn't get it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. This is a tough one, y'all. This is a tough one. Okay, so let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Paul going once. Paul going twice. Okay, Paul doesn't want to play. Benjamin, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Okay, he doesn't want to play. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built in his house.
No, come on. Next.
Tim, a little clue. The final word on this. Is he Asian?
Wait a minute.
Was he doing an Asian character this weekend?
Hold on a second.
Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1. We don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Sounds like a tap out.
Something like
He's tapping out.
I don't tap out. I don't have that option. I didn't quite put the words together. But then he
All right.
pointing out that best way to ruin your family is to cheat on your spouse, like Martin Luther King Jr. I think that's what he said.
I know. Well, hold on. We're coming around. Alfonso, would you? Oh, no, we're coming around. Alfonso, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. Okay, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
I would
Reverend
love
Scott.
to play, yes.
Here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We're building his house.
No, come on. Next.
Tim, a little clue. The final
Here's a
word
clue.
on
We
this
keep playing the person answering.
I
Totally.
know.
Right. That's exactly right. If you don't finish high school,
There you go. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Let's go.
I just
Played it.
I'll play. Tell you what, Reverend Scott wants to play it one more time. Here you go.
isn't, yeah.
For example, let me take you to the Ronald Reagan Library. It's an historical site. See, there's that
Hold
inclination
on.
to say
We'll get it
historical,
going.
but really, you
We're building his house.
No, come on.
You keep playing the.
Jackson.
I don't even know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know. Uncle Steve, this is a fascinating game. It's what I love about my Uncle Steve. My Uncle Steve takes risks.
That's right. I take risks and I'm
Rolls
open to
the
criticism.
dice.
JCC, would you like to play?
If you play that clip, I have no idea. Something about a high suit.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Let's go to Yacht. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah, the first 3 times you played it, I thought he said we built this housing.
I'm gonna play it again for you if you want to play.
Yeah, one more time.
Friggin' clue, bro. Tim and Walnut, you're on 97.1. If you don't finish high school,
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's not we built this housing.
You are wrong. No. Okay, Violet, are you ready? Yeah, Violet, hold on. Let me set it up. I'm trying to get the criticism down to the minimum. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
If you don't finish high school,
Yeah!
How the hell did you get that?
Violet! If you don't finish high school, that's right. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Smurf,
I
going once.
come to this.
To talk about where I live. Yeah.
I want to dock you, Steve, so that all your
Docs away,
admirers
baby.
can come to Woodland Hills and stalk you at all the wonderful attractions of what you know what I'm going to ask. You know, in the action, you have to be is the ask that you know.
Right.
And Nithya Raman asked that you don't. And Nithya, of course, is famous for allowing the most violent homeless to set up tents right outside public schools.
Yeah.
And Mayor Bass is, I'm not even going to go into. If you, and I'm done speaking, if
With the way that she's handled crime, I don't like the way that she's handled the budget. I hate Mayor. Go ahead. Oh yes, I've driven out to both of them at least once in my life. And for those of you that don't know, Palmdale and Lancaster is in the upper desert, about 60 miles north of Los Angeles. Palmdale is first, and then Lancaster is about 12 miles after that. Yeah, compared to the 14 freeway. Yeah. I'm always honest. I never lie. The answer is no. I think you add to the content. You add to the show. Now, maybe the rest of the mod squad differs. We can ask them if you want, but
okay,
still
the
your
bottom
first
line
ride.
is you can easily buy thousands of empty acres in Palmdale and Lancaster for no money. Literally, for the price of one house in your neighborhood, you could buy thousands of acres.
Well,
100,000 little tiny studios, and give those 100,000 studios in Palmdale to all the home located.
Yeah.
And what that means is I'll located.
Yeah.
And what that means is I'll land my plane.
Yeah.
Under my plan, I'll land my plane.
Yeah.
Under my plan, the standard of living of the homeless, I think.
Yeah, he was raising yesterday.
Some more. I want metrics from the degree.
And what that means
I'm in the dark.
property taxes.
Yeah, I think an indicator here is kind of like how the world is seeing the conflict. Not the indicator here is kind of like how the world is seeing the conflict. Not going to get worse before it gets better. It's already past this road.
You said Trump was going to, it's a guaranteed victory for Trump. They're going to have a
Yeah.
regime change.
No. I'm totally gracious by doing Palmdale or Lancaster. Yes, I mean, if the homeless have a right, and I don't think they do, but if they have the right to pitch tents in our public parks where our children play, and on the sidewalk where people walk and have businesses, then we should just put all of those tents, pick them all up, give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster or Death Valley, and let them set up shop there. And they've got, like you said, thousands of empty acres, and let them set up their tents there. I couldn't care less. You know, there's a good 60, 75 miles away from me. They can all be together. They can all shoot their heroin and morphine and fentanyl there. They can all die in their tents there, and then we can, take care of it that way. But I completely agree. Get them Palmdale or Lancaster. Absolutely. I totally endorse that. Thank you, Smurf. And now we have
You got 20,000 more votes. Ooh. He got 20,000 more votes than you in the primary.
Came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can stop believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's joy of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of God. My heart is open. Wisdom of God. Name until my chest. One deep name until my chest. One deep breath. One brave step. And the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, now heart is open. Wisdom of God. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, I breathe in your holy cold and the storm in my head. Lays down, wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go, you're the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours.
My mother, he that was slain, she that was slain in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flesh and white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aftec boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. It shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Orc of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mars. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Give the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the
sight is keen as the hawks, by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. I use the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Give mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the band of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old too. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. On me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue vicar at the intimate ear. By my round, I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that the power in the voice of the master. Music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. My enemies that sword of revenge, let it strike. My blood be deep. I invoke the voice of the valley, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Oh God, oh God. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign. Even nothing unsave it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shining diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of rusty fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the sight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. By his threads I mingle with words the sigh given of the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my hand I wear. Under my robe I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of as I invoke thee. One more time, power in the voice of the Master. To
Matt Cool, yo Matt, what's up, man? Why aren't you doing your rooms? Like, please do one Trump room tonight. I'm creating AI music right now because listening to anybody on Clubhouse right now is like causing a migraine. I don't understand why people don't make music, play music, and if you bring up AI music or AI videos, like my former opponent, he calls it AI slop. And I'm like, it's not AI slop. It's called creative intelligence. Why the fuck do you think we're building 2,000 data centers across the country? It's not all about surveillance. Part of it is it's giving us an opportunity to be creative. But unfortunately, not many people are very creative. But you're a very creative person, Matt. And tonight, you will hold the ultimate Donald Trump bang room! Let the fight begin!
am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee, of pain that I wear, by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke. By the word I invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. The voice of heaven, the voice of heaven, are the voices ever of God. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk by my head. I am the only begotten child of my mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Needs of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Child of the conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. My insight is keen as the ox. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flushing of white that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Suffer for run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. By the sword safety of thee. Hold on by the limit. Mine is the garment of white. So and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head, I invoke thee. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or falling air, roasting fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and
Okay, so this is a new playlist I just created. I hope you like it. This is all done through Suno and some magical poetry. I was explaining it to a guy named John Wayne last night, who's a regular at this bar. He's a magician, a musician. He didn't seem too impressed. Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we actually use it, and then we get critique, people are like the harshest critics. So I guess that's life. This is called Wizard Banishing.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign, the digit Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Imprint. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Living the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one.
I am the honor. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow to me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. by the sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, the voices
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By sign I invoke thee. For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. My crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I bear the wand of double pour in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger, all I invoke thee. Six, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick, 11 other voices, Abraham. Inside as keen as hawks by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham ever. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the city. 11 other voices, Abraham
You're not putting your time back there.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Hamakis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name's own, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight, by thy the cry, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee.
Looking strong.
What are we gonna do with all these Hulkamaniacs come running up on you!
Standing here at the beam, you can see everything reflected back at you. The sky.
Child that stands on the dragons of the deep. invoke thee. Oh, be soul of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy Lord of silence, beautiful child, stand before the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O master and splendor, O who is our Father. Thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By the name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of death. Thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike the master cold. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Son and child. By the name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Atlas, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name Tom, rock of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O beat of the hidden mastery of silence, beautiful child, the sandest of the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. For thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. As the drive my chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, renowned of the saga. Thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I Magnificence of justice. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apollos. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Those offerings are flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Now his garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of time. Travelers hold up rock, hiding at the helm of the often mountain of the who bearest the wonder of double power. The God whose presence is shed, the darkness of the light, the unfathomable glory of the utmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space, through contemptuous all the 30th earth, in one who bearest the rose and trust of life and light. Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the sea to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tab. And the books transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a
Hello.
It's a black tax socialist, taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crowding on. Progress the C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization for the is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the most transparency now. Spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist and taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion great. Ghostbusters are murder for profit. America most transparency now. Spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
He's not a hypnotist, but he's a plastic market. Okay.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign to Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the aether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, I be thee.
The adoration. Impromptu.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Living the sign that each
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one. The iteration, impromptu, close by vanishing.
I was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke the dead.
To bow thee shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Be
By the sign I invoke thee.
Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the liquor of the intermediate.
By my crown I my fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So after thee in my cup of glory. My fingers I invoke thee.
Beyond the double power, in the voice of the Master, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. In my hand a sword of revenge, let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the 6. 11 other voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus. By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Amatus, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee.
to the splendor of Kitover. Soul, crown, child of conquering Lord, horrors I've endured. By the name of Ryan Coffey, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning.
Lion of the midday sun, by thy name tongue, hawk of even, the crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By the name of Kipra, invoke, oh beloved in the mastery of midnight.
By thy herald, crack, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep.
I am for thee.
By thy name Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor,
Oh, poet,
oh Father. By thy name Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee.
by the name of Odin, I invoke thee. Oh, warrior of the north, oh, renown of the sagas.
Be by thy name Jeshua,
master chord. Draw the flame, child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. I invoke thee, light of the midday sun. Oh, beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. When I heard a root Lord of silence, beautiful child, standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee, name of power. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O movement of fire. Zeus, I invoke thee, and the name of Odin, I invoke Yeshua, child of the flaming star, I invoke thee, by thine own, thy secret name, thee I invoke. The names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. Magnificent stories of angels. I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name, Tar, hawk of thee, by thy name, Tar, hawk of even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. Silence, beautiful child, stand on the dragons of God here. So I was. Drama queen. You know what? I'm going to that bachelor party. And I don't want to.
Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. O'er us, avenger. Thou the head of the home. The iron throne. Thou only begotten child, Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Those garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. This avenge the horror of death. Now the spirit of time fun. Thou wouldst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. For those menace hideth the universe with night. Thou bearest the wand of Now his presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable glory of the outlaw's deeper. The untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. I invoke. So thou who bearest the rose and rose of life and love. the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger, now of the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke.
At every E I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of the Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water. Thee I invoke. Whose upper is a flesh whiter than milk, or heaven morning. Formulated thy father, and made fertile thy water. Of his garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travellest in the boat of Ra, abideth the hell of the undead, mountain of the sea. Who bearest the wand of double power,
The synoptics and then John, right, throughout the Gospels, where like, you know, people, the first, I forget who was writing first, but whoever was writing first, like, thought Jesus became God at like his baptism or whatever, and then like the next writer like thought Jesus became God like at his birth or whatever, and then like the next, like, you know, you understand what I'm saying? So like, you can see that. Yeah. These documents are not being written. They're not being written as like clear histories, right? They're being written as polemics that are trying to convince people of like correct theology, right? And B, you can see that like these authors are changing the facts to suit their narratives, to tell the story they want to tell, right? So like, it just seems like
on the scene. By the way, so I still haven't gone very deep with Dave to fully understand the specific details and define nuances in his argument. Right? I made it to scientifically, but can you just and make an appeal to like, oh, you know, the majority of secular scholars can take like the hallucination theory because they think that the disciples didn't really see Jesus, but of course they hallucinated. Just leave it at that for the sake of this particular conversation about whether the resurrection is like them seeing Jesus as an embellishment or not for that regard. Or I don't know if Andrew, maybe Andrew knows enough, like go further with like Dave's argument, because I still haven't gone very deep into the.
No, he's totally fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the embellishment thing. I think there's high Christology all throughout the Gospels. So I don't actually agree. I think
actually, people actually say that Mark's, the first Gospel, Mark actually has the
highest Christology. Yeah.
The highest Christology.
Well, yeah, if you notice that one of the things that's just fascinating is that passages that are attributed to Yahweh are put on Jesus in the Gospels.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who has the highest and who has the lowest Christology. Right? It doesn't matter.
Well, you're trying to say there's a development from Matthew to
right. It doesn't matter which way the arrow goes. It could be a development that these people thought Jesus became divine at like different points of his life. It doesn't matter that the first one he was divine for the longest. Right? You understand what I'm saying? As long as they have different theological points in mind, and they are changing the facts and or the narrative in order to suit like the pushing of that theological point. Right, that's sufficient for my purpose.
I got you. Well, I is that each of the gospels make your God.
Well, I think what you just said, you can see that in the Gnostics. But I don't know about the Gospels per se.
Well, I think each one attributes it. Yeah, each one gives. What I mean by high Christology, I don't think at different points I'm saying each of the Gospels portray Jesus as God. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the fact that they apply Yahweh,
you know the
Marina.
You can say, well, actually, I don't agree. The academic consensus is better. You're talking about
His face in the ground.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I think the criteria that you're using, the criteria you're using, is you're talking about secular scholars who don't even believe in God. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about academic consensus. So everyone in Western natural science, these guys are all they have a confirmation. If you really want to go down,
I don't think I need to rely on the scholarship because I can just tell you there are passages that are applied to Jesus from Yahweh.
Okay, so you're just going to give me your own deduction.
No, I'm not. No, I mean you can just read it. You can just read it yourself.
No, but Andrew,
I read it. We all read it.
Like, you can see that all of them thought Jesus was God. My point is, when Jesus becomes God is different in all of the Gospels, right? So you're just saying that, like, you think they all thought Jesus was God.
Well, I mean,
I can agree to that.
Well, that's a separate point. I hear what you're saying. So on your point, I think that, like, so if we have Emmanuel, God with us, at his birth, that's pretty early for God.
So, there's a difference between God from eternity past and God when he was
define God. It doesn't need. The Bible does say Jesus is God. What are you talking about? multiple places. Thomas at the end of John. Thomas says, Thomas at the end of John says, "My Lord and my God," talking to Jesus. So, and what?
What? So that can't be any other way except the segmentation of that sentence that could not mean by any chance that that is separate, that Jesus is the Lord and my God is in reference to actual.
You can, but it's completely consistent with the rest of the Gospels, including John himself. When he says
some of these guys would be Hebrew, I'm assuming, at the time speaking. And why don't you translate that to Hebrew and see if any of these
I don't know what that
be applied.
Obviously, Greek scholars have translated these passages, I think, fairly. So I don't know what you mean.
I'm going to go by the Greek scholars too, bro. I'm going to go by that.
And the Greek scholars did a good job. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
And I promise you, the Greek scholars do not understand God in the way that you're coming at it.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean? The way that I understand it. Yahweh is
applying God the same way we find the laws.
Before Abraham was, I am.
Right. These are another the way.
Well, you're bringing up these specious objections.
Sense.
Andrew, I just want to say that to me this sounds like Hinduism, and Jesus is basically like Krishna. It's like a super deity, blue, gods. Like,
I'm sorry.
What's
So
that?
he was trying to contribute. I mean, maybe he could have chosen a better time to come in, but he legit was trying to.
I mean, that's not you, Deepak. We'll give him another shot. Alistair, you keep doing, you do the over talking and just say a bunch of weird stuff. I'll move you down. What do you want to say?
Well, while you're doing that, I would like to actually tell you, it might surprise you to know that I also hold to a pretty high Christology, Andrew. I tend to use like tourmaline and selenite the most. But they all have their own like chords.
Have you heard anything about like what color is it? Blue LED lights.
I actually don't know something. My wife works in the field, but like that's not. I mean,
Yeah.
Doctor works all the time. I'm curious what you.
What do you got? What song were you?
it's just something I created in AI using poetry. But what I was trying to say is, imagine if you took like 1,000 Hindus to witness Jesus Christ, like in the way that Timothy did, where he said Lord and King and God. I mean, the Hindus would just go Krishna. And so it's like the deity manifested in a body. And so if you go to India, this power of this divinity is embodied in a multitude of symbols, whether it's the Ganesha or the little, dildo with the clitoris that they pour all their cheese and sugars on. It's a symbol for an energy, and the same energy is this Christology that you're talking about. And it's mystical and magical and powerful, and it's ancient. And this is what an amalgamation of human history and interaction with this power, this mystery. And that's the Christology. Closeted bisexual is.
Try.
And also, we don't talk about the giant Hindu prejudice.
We try to keep it sacred and talk about the nuclears. It's also, if I'm going to be closeted, let it be. Alistair, don't bring that up. That's very rude. And thirdly, I don't know what's up with you, Bob. One of these days we're going to have to get you up and have you.
Yeah, Bob. Got it, Bob. Oh, Bob, genocide. Oh, no, Bob. Holy cow, Bob.
Deepak, are you an anti-Semite?
Well, I'm not a Semite, so what does that mean?
The opposite of it, anti, basically.
Yeah. Love non-country.
Yeah, that was good. We got Young up in the house. Jeff's here. Jeff, Looney, he had the kill shot there against Dave because he's like, you and Sam's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, actually, Lumi's like, we're done here. Because you think that, like, what parsimony, which is going to be your argument? Oh, he's contingent
Bob
on.
promised me that on my day,
Yeah,
where you would have this like kind of attitude, and I would be allowed to
Is he-
slay you completely.
Is he contingent upon his parts? Is that the problem?
Probably, yeah, he's a megazord.
Yeah, is that a problem? No, it doesn't have to be that he's contingent upon his parts.
No. The actual problem, Andrew, is that like he's he's like ontologically the foundation for both diversity and unity, right? So mereologically, he has to be both one and many.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra.
Caleb,
Like the rose and cross of life
I'm
and
not
light.
using all your high metaphysics.
Abrahadabra.
I don't agree with what your church is.
Giving the sign to
Remaining in the sire. The invocation concludes.
or of the ether, or of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Close by vanishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra. Living the sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the best one might
The adoration, impromptu, close by vanishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Silence clear as the heart.
comes your student loan debt. Is your private student loan debt keeping you up at night? You really need to talk to our
Three lines, the garment of one. Shone with gold, flashing by the highway. Sign is the sign of a prophet's untold. By the sign in both thee.
Is the turban of white and gold, and by the glitter of the intermediate.
By my crown I know thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
I bear the wand of double power in the Sight as keen as the hawks by my head, I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I see. Mine is the red triangle river sign, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free, mine is the garment of white, sewn of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a home to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. Six. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bane. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sin. 11 other voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Why thy name, Ra, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Amakitos, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. I name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. that drivest like chariot through the heavens unto starry Yeshua, O child of the flaming star. The names are five. The names are six. 11 are the names. Behold, I stand in the midst of you as the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chisate, the mystery of God. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of jest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up my eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Find thine own, thy secret name, who thy secret name, who thy secret name, the names are five. The names are six. 11 are strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Apis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name of I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name, Tom, hawk of even, Prince and splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy venerable Pancrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child, standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O who is our Father. By thy name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names. I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. Magnificence of chest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and Lion of the midday sun, and I'm in town, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset. I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O Peter of the hidden mastery of silence, beautiful child, the standest on the dragons of the I invoke thee by thy name, Apollo. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Because the dramatic action reaction through the heavens will soon I invoke thee, O warrior of the North, we now love the by thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I thy secret glory, the names are white, the names are six, behold I stand in mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are my eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chisholm, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I sought unity. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Us, Avenger. Thou the head of the the iron throne. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose name hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed darkness of blue light. The ineffable glory of gate, harvest comes to a starts to break. Shake the gate. Chorus comes to a rising halls.
Good right. Yep. Great recommendation. Great recommendation. It was cold.
Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny-Con. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are
Not necessarily for Republicans, or is it?
We're just wondering if Republicans can do basic math. So we're asking, so Republicans have a priority here. You know, are you a Republican, Alistair?
Rabboni Shalom, I'm so happy you're testing Republican mathematics skills. Maybe we can just discuss how Democrats know nothing about taxation, economy, starting businesses. They're just parasites. They're socialist, communist parasites. I am complete.
Before that, can we figure out what you into this math?
Go ahead, give me your basic math questions. What is 300 times 100? Go ahead. Hello? 300 times 100. 300 times 100, Democrats.
We're asking you, Arthur.
I know, I'm asking you, what's 300 times 100? Hello?
I told you we should have kept the title Republican
because that was shit.
You can't even tell me what 300 is times 100. Go ahead. Everybody's waiting. Hello?
100 is 30,000. So now the next question is to you, Alistair.
Hello? Go ahead. Please proceed, doctor.
Sure. If something costs $100 and the price changes to $600, what percentage increase is that?
600% increase. Hello?
No, that's wrong.
It went up. It went up 10x, right? What'd you say? What? 60 to 600?
No, it went from 100 to 600.
Okay, so it went up 6x. Hello? 600%. I don't understand. What's the question here? Hello?
That's wrong. Hello? That's incorrect. So you're going to take it from here.
Okay, please proceed, Rohan. What's your next mathematical question? Is the earth flat? And is the truth of the earth that at your birth and until your death? Hello? You know what a tax is? You know what taxation is? Hello? Are Democrats as dumb as shit? Scientists, I'm asking you.
So, T, do you want to answer the questions? Because this is terrible. You can get back to your first one.
Manageable, but okay. Let me just ask some questions here.
Let's move on.
It went up 6x. That's 600%. Hello?
So if you go from 100 to 200, what percent increase is that?
That's what
If you
I'm
go
saying.
100,
100%. That's a 100% ROI, brother. You know how to calculate an ROI? How do you calculate it? How do you calculate? How do you calculate an ejaculate? Can you articulate and calculate? Can you articulate and calculate? It's not a lost cause, baby. It's called multiplication. It's called division. If you don't know how to use ChatGPT to calculate the market cap of Apple by making the total number of outstanding shares by the price of the share to get the price to equity ratio, so you know when you do a comparative financial analysis, which company gives you the best bang for your buck, baby? Hello?
Alistair, you said Democrats were dumb as far as all these things.
Dumb as shit! They don't even know what taxation means, or inflation, or economic theory. They got no philosophy. Hello?
Alistair, do you know what a tariff is?
That's a tax. Hello?
It's a tax. It's a tax.
It's a tax. It's a tax. Hello?
He's a lost cause. He's
Rocket science? I don't know if he's still in the audience, but the formula is very easy. It is 600 minus 100 divided by 600.
That's why they say if I buy something at $1, or if I
Hello? Johnson is with Dad.
She called me a Brandon Johnson. He's a liar. She called me a Brandon Johnson. He's a criminal. From 3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The seed to you is a big propaganda. Transparency now. Public spending track. Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the scam. Is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist attack. Taxologist. All taxation is Russian freedom buses are all profits. Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of Portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Open the books transparently. No! Spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon
Messenger chat on my phone. I'm done.
Yeah, it's right.
No.
Yeah, that room used to
Very
be good.
dark period.
Red, that
Even radio talk shows, he designed his room like a hanging radio there's not like a superfluous chat that goes on with it. So like, a big reason it's boring is because he designed it
It's just like, no, but if you really want to be clearly, I disagree with the latest trade record. It's only Aqua's that I'm trying to right now. I don't necessarily agree with the reach out to China. That's something we can talk about as a whole. It's the same thing with Turkey. Asking for a patriot system and all this stuff. Russia and China and Chinese systems. And then telling the United States that they had to be integrated into the ways of it. So, who is he? Who is not necessarily an theater when I saw that list. Because I used to come on that room for years every day, and but I hope I started and like it can't be there. And I don't know, like the sleep room, they sort of and like I think they were moving shit. I remember when we were like on TV.
Oh, LaHood. LaHood is the real artist. LaHood is the real artist. Let's do it.
And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens critical thinking. They don't want well-informed. 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on: hard work, patience, and a lot. And they own all the big media companies. And they own all the big media.
exactly how he did it. Now watch.
Bless me the heavens. We have witnessed. I did this.
You did that, not me. Because it's the machine that heals.
The great healing was 700 years. Surely
As for us,
Kelly, we gotta go.
I'm a traveler from a world in a way that my people try to avoid at all costs. I'm going to show you exactly.
Actions because we have confidence that it's a superior intelligence to our, changes, Bob. The ambiguous, closeted bisexual is.
I tried. Oh, it's just getting good. And also, talk about the giant. And they own all the big media companies.
It's one house. There's no outside. There's only this thing called the inside. And we across the Rubicon and pledged ourselves to regime change against these cocksuckers. This war isn't over until all their leadership is decimated and these nuclear bombs that they have been completely ripped from their grasp and all possible people. There's no such.
My goodness, don't you remember when you went first to school?
Decided this is ridiculous.
Hey, farmer.
You abandoned me when I most needed you. Both our children stolen from us. I needed you. Bela and Raina needed you. And you abandoned us venture at sea. This has always been your way.
I had no other place to turn. I lost everything.
We lost Corliss. We.
I understand you have a new king.
A stranger casts a long shadow over this family. Your brother is also dead. In his haste to bury you and claim your seat, he stood before the king and denounced Lionel's sons as illegitimate. Damon took his head for it.
Heedless ambition has always been a Valarian weakness. You are right, Iris. I reached too far. And for nothing, our pursuit of the Iron Throne is at an end. We shall declare for no one. afraid it's time I ended this. Destroy my fleet. Why are you after me? You wrecked me for my nap. Then allow me to make you permanent. And they own all the big. What's the matter with you? Your heart's pounding. Are you scared?
No, I just love being at work. It's exciting temperature that you like. Temperature. Howdy there, boss. Did you advance today?
My whole life has been dedicated to saving these men. And yet their hearts are fluttering like rabbits. Why? You know, William, I know. Strike the master chord, draw gleaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Ra, splendor on the sunset. I invoke thee. In the name of Kitover, I invoke thee. Oh, peace of the hidden mastery of midnight. When I hear the wolf of Christ, Lord of silence, beautiful child, stand before the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O who is our Father. By thy name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, thee I invoke. The names are four, the names are 6, 11 other names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of dark, thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering lord. Son and child. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Atlas, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O feet of the hidden mastery of midnight. Beautiful child, stand on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I will be. The red dress, the sign given up, save it be of thee. Oh, by the lamb that I invoke thee. Three, minus the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a porpoise and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Four is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the garden waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. Six, in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bane. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire. The voice of the fire. The voice of the sick. 11 other voices, Abracadabra. Draw the flaming sword, dressed all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The I invoke. Six on gold, there is the rose, from the strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, horse, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child, Cyrus thy father,
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cotton. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You stand up paychecks, with a smiling mask. Call the kid, call the change, while you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out for nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers that run. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about football, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the good and all the spin. Cash goes out for nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers not running. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Hey, we want to see every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to see them, to cry.
Johnson is a Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson a criminal. CEO is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the time. Transparency now. Spinach dragon now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Organization accountability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a coward. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax.
feed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the number the book's transparency. Whoever's speaking track is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits receipt to use some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion into crony non-profits. The state is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It's a scam. Public spending tracker. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow teens to take the streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to his crowning nonprofit. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofit. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Nazis to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and stick to you, mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Nazis to take over streets and cause chaos. 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Johnson as he deals with propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Nazis to take over streets and cause chaos. Almost 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and stick to you, mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Brandon is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lies. Abortions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows gays to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red bastions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his chrome non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson Institute mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. John Kitover. Is it called the introduction page? John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago, Chicago. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago when Go.com. John. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago when Go.com. Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago, it's taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call it when it's storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago, it's taking back. This is a city, not a headline on the street. This is a city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, you know my road. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city. Never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, it's come, take your shot. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. We came as we serve. Sight as keen as the hawks by my head, I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the home. The iron foe, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father. of the golden glory. Lords of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable gloom. Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Owes $1.3 billion to give to Cronny Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization of vulnerability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Corrections for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stand on paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out for the love is. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You called for the people, but the doors stay closed. Your same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about a photo, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out without it. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers not my line. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want to see every cent, every check, every reach. Turn the lights to see them, to the cracks, to the shadows, pull back, pull back. Johnson is the tail. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation from the isolation is the scam. It's a high-tech socialist technologist. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson a criminal. CPO is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the top. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals are uncriminal. To get the $20, the CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization accountability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a coward. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor to you is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the government wants transparency. Whoever's spinning the trigger now, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits receipt to use some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. Receipt to is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Reparations for socialists and taxologists. All Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give up to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from out of state. Allow teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his chronic non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Policies to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson. Asking to you of the propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Brandon is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Policies to take over streets and cause chaos. 1.3 billion to give out to his crony profits. FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson as we deal with the propaganda. Affordability's a scam. Brandon Johnson is the best. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians in socialism for black slaves, free buses for abortions from out of state, allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos, borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red bastions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. With Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson Institute mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. John Kitover. The Chicago the Introduction Page. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor title. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Wildfire. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Wildfire. Vote.com. smile. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago, and he's taking back our shine. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call it when it snows. Courage in his back home, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago, taking back our shot. This is our city, not a hill on no street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is covered. Liberate Chicago, street by street, we go by road. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago, mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, mayor. For Chicago, it's come on, take your shot. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable in ordinary applications, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a bit of its nature for the following points, which ought to be taken as serious and large contributions to the study of nature, but not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. May ye king as we serve. Inside as keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My mother bore labor and pain and fear. By the body I am free. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure, the brightness I be. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear, by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a porpoise and typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air, by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike thy day. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick, 11 other voices, Abraham.
say it differently, but if but I'm gonna like criticize them in certain ways too. But I would never cheer on the Afghanis or those folks or the Taliban or whoever it was that we were up against at that point. I don't see why anybody would do that. I mean, I think there needs to be a discussion on that. I don't think there's. At some point, you do have to get behind your country and complete the mission. I don't even know what else to say on that, but we're gonna invite some people.
With this level of ground troops now, they also want to face us in the other front. At the first, they wanted us to trap inside the mullah's Islamic regime. Now they see that the Islamic regime won't survive, so they would support ground troops and they would stop us in the radicalism move. So we would lose on the other side, not falling from this side of the roof, but to push us from the other side.
I'm just looking around at some of the posts regarding what I just said a few minutes ago. So I just think that there's a movement out there to undermine or really go after our military to undermine Trump. So I don't know, it's just kind of strange. When you look at Adam Kissinger, he's always a person that is critiquing Trump on various things that he does. So I want to see what he's saying right now about this war, what his latest tweets are actually. He's talking about gerrymandering.
And I am very happy for Argentina that they are allowed to take back their island that is a couple of hundreds of kilometers just from the shore after a couple of decades of begging for their rights.
So here we go. He has a tweet within the last 20 minutes. Weak and pathetic in regards to Trump canceling the trip of the representatives going to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. He's telling Trump that he's. I mean, these are the kind of things I'm talking about. It's like, it's really strange. I mean, these are your Congress in your time of war that you're telling your commander in chief that he's weak and pathetic. I mean, I'm just gonna go down this another one. It just so happens that it lined up perfectly. 20 minutes ago, he's calling Adam Kissinger weak and pathetic. Donald Trump is.
It's always projection. People can't help it. They present a hominem projection, but it's a reflection of what they feel on the inside about themselves. Hello?
Why would they make it so obvious? Is it because of Trump? I mean,
They just can't. They can't help themselves. Projection, but they're stupid, so they just project what they're feeling on the inside onto Trump.
Okay, in one tweet here he says, "Yeah, he's like criticizing Iran, or he's America." So you can tell there's like this guilt factor. You know what I mean? Which is why I'm so angry about this constant lying about our victory. So there's just like this. It's just so obvious that these folks want Trump to fail, which would make America fail. I mean, it's just so stupid. I mean, it's just like, just come out and say it. I mean, I'm literally just going down his timeline of tweets, and it's just like, so it's just not that left in our faces, you know? Well, I guess some other people too.
Well, if Trump came out with a cure for cancer from a UFO and said, we found a technology that can basically give us eternal life, the complainers would come out and say, A, he didn't discover it, B, he's not the first to use it, and C, he's lying. Like, even if it's right in front of your eyes, because it's always going to be political subversion for these people. TDS is real, and it's unstoppable in people's brains and minds. It's all or nothing, and they've been like this from the beginning. It's like 0.001% of anybody who's ever changed from being a hardcore leftist Democrat to being a conservative pro-American Trumper who's saying, oh, well, finally we have leadership now. So, again, it's always just like, it's because our population has become so effeminate and leftist and liberal and woke, and everything is black and gay and broke, and that's just the way life is now in America. Hello?
Yeah, for sure. Regime change is coming to the United States Congress in November. So they're using terminology like that. This is Hakeem Jeffries like being all QC with the language, you know. Let's see what else we got going on here.
But there was one hopeful point that you brought up before that made me to think twice when giving idea about Democrats, because you said that they don't want to be named under the front with Ayatollah. So there is hope, in my point of view, that they are also not against the regime change in Iran, and they would not make some kind of dreadful move against the Iranian people at the very crucial time. Because they are able to do that. Some of the enemies cannot, but the Democrats in the United States are strong enough to derail this if they want.
No, they will not. The Democrats are part of the Ummah, part of the Muslim Caliphate. They are 100% within the Caliphate, opposed to everything that Donald Trump and Americans are fighting for. They literally are Islamic terrorists. Hello?
Oh, you say that they with Ayatollahs, right?
Yeah. Peter, did you ask, are they with the Ayatollahs?
Yes, because as you said before, I was thinking that you said they don't want to be named with Ayatollahs, right?
Yeah, in the politically correct room, we are constantly scolded, the opposition, not to tell them that they are pro-IRGC, pro-Ayatollah, pro-anything. They've even warned that we'll be kicked and removed. So I let that go. I'm like, okay, I'll give you guys a chance. That was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks ago. And during that time, I've only heard people on that panel not say anything good about what America's doing. Like, I don't think I've heard one thing. I don't know. Have you guys heard one statement made by anybody on this app on the other side? No. Which is concerning. I mean, really concerning. And then you go as far as to say that, borderline saying that Iran's winning. I mean, we need to dissect that and really make sure our fellow Americans aren't playing the game of siding with the IRGC. I mean, this is just getting really dicey, you know.
I think that if this is the point that they did not want to be named with Ayatollah, so there might be some kind of political fight with Republicans. They want to be not on the same side with Republicans, but they want to at the same time be against Ayatollahs. There's some front that is not possible for me to understand how they want to position it. For example, you want to be against Ayatollah, at the same time you don't want to be you don't want to approve the movements of President Trump. So, how is that possible? They need
Patty was
come out with some kind of strong bullshit.
in politically correct. Patty was saying, at this point, fucking Iran motherfucking military is as big and as good as the motherfucking United States of America military. Motherfucking fuck!
Is that for real though? Do you really? That really be?
That's what she says, but that's because she's an incompetent fool who's basically trying to make statements that are inflammatory and fit her narrative. And she's an ignorant, fucking cunt who spends 80 hours a week here while working for a fucking colonel in the army. And she uses the F word, every other F fucking word. She's a piece of trash.
I think we pointed out, I think she actually said that we will, that was the big thing, that we won't win this war. You heard that one, right? So that's
Yeah, exactly.
Really set me off. That was like 3 days ago in that room, specifically, I think it was Patty, who said, we have no chance of winning the war. So these are the comments I'm talking about that make you go, And especially you're talking about people that actually work for the military, like Patty does.
Right.
Actively working for the military.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I can't help but things, and I have to question them. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Okay, if you're gonna really put out there that we're losing the war, we have no chance of winning. I guess the military has no way of knowing or planning or knowing how to plan these things. That's another big one they always use. I have to question your loyalty to this country. I'm sorry, you can kick me out of your rooms going forward. I don't really give a fuck. But, yeah, you're not immune to being criticized. So, hopefully we'll get...
Yeah, but man, it's my freedom of fucking speech, man. It's my freedom of fucking speech, man. It's my constitutional right to fuck around and find out, man.
Well, it is, yeah. Anyways, I'm looking at other timelines on X. It's pretty interesting to see kind of what I'm talking about playing out. Not only from our own people with that last guy, because he's a Republican. Well, he's a rhino, but pretending to be a rhino or be a Republican. But Kim Jeffries doing his thing, and then I'm going to look up somebody else. So I'll show let's look up Chuck Schumer. That's going to be a good one.
Also, that guy who was with Candace Owens, like a former soldier, he came out against the war against Trump on Tucker. He met with Ron Paul. Ron Paul's, not looking so good because he's an older gentleman. But, in my opinion, I'm all for peace, but it seems to me almost like they are willfully ignoring the heroes and the sacrifice of all the U.S. soldiers that have fought and bled and died, to represent and wage war on behalf of this country and these goddamn fucking piece of shit politicians. I mean, it upsets me to think that U.S. soldiers would die for Democrat politicians. That's very upsetting me. And almost to where it's anyways, I'm just trying to say that Ron Paul, though I supported him, I've never really heard him thank the sacrifice of just innocent men and women in America that go overseas to fight in these goddamn political battles, be for peace, but at least honor the sacrifice of these dead soldiers, I mean, Afghanistan was 20,000, 200,000 casualties, so let's get a fucking thank you. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be a given. I don't think that's political. I think that just should become with the territory. We should always, look out for people who have fought for us now and in the past. I don't know why that's controversial.
But Peter, basically, the left has sold out America and has sided with U.S. enemies, which is the Caliphate, Islamic Ummah. And, if Iranians want to liberate themselves, they have to disassociate and disavow Democrats with all their force and vigor and beg Republicans to arm them with as many weapons as possible. And, I know the Kurdish were a big failure, but maybe they'll come out of the shadows. But, to think that the Democrats would arm you because they hate Trump that much, it's possible, but it's not going to give you the victory you want. Only Donald Trump can deliver you the victory that you want, need, and deserve. The Democrats will give you a half-ass plan with weapons that don't work, with no final outcome, goals, or visions, because they're just a wet sock. Do you know what a wet sock is, Peter? Hello?
Wet sock? No, sorry, I don't know. Democrats would try to make stories and are not straightforward. They want to always make it. Today, I feel panicked. I don't know what they say anything, and it goes without enough understanding. I prefer this straightforward time, and I agree with you.
So how does everybody think this ends? Like, what does it look like? Do we negotiate our way to victory, or do we do this by brute force? I mean, I don't know where everybody is at this point. Maybe it's a mixture. I don't know how that would work, but maybe it's a mixture. I don't know. You negotiate here, bomb a little bit there until you get a completion of what you want. I don't know.
Negotiations would be possible if the other side would want the negotiations. They just want to waste time like before. For example, like the negotiation times during the time of presidency of President Obama or before him. They were just participating in the negotiations, coming back as if there was no progress. We may have nothing concluded between us until they understood it in a hard way. And when it was like that, the situation was a bit more easier for everybody to negotiate, because in that point they think that they are very strong until they are under their dreams, And when you use your straightforward language, when President Trump uses, it has much more efficiency on more laws. Because when Democrats try to speak, they think that they are some serious assets, more laws, and they do not understand the grasp of the situation, the seriousness of the situation. It is not possible in this point because they are not serious to negotiate. They're trying to pass the tension time alive to see the other time, and they would try to use their main originality again, and they would suppress it again, and they just want to survive the tension times. For this purpose, sorry if I was too long.
You're long because all over the place. I think we're ready for brute force. I think we're done playing games. That's my impression. I'll stand down.
I mean, at some point, if you go to the table with your enemy to negotiate and they keep saying no, we reject this proposal, then I have to assume that they have no interest in anything peaceful. I mean, maybe I'm just in la la land, but I'm assuming, if you do 3 out of 3 and it's all no, then I'm assuming we have no interest in ending the war or having peace. And I don't know what to say. I mean, we've been negotiating for 40 years? So, I don't know. Let's stop with this thinking that the U.S. is to blame for this. I mean, we did what we had to do. Now it's time to basically bomb them into the Stone Age, Which, by the way, we already did.
Yes, you tried that, but for now the mullah is not eliminated, and they are like bloody, for example, animal who wants to bite anything near in the nearest, and this is more dangerous for the people that
even when they were not hit before. And they are confiscating in the street the properties of people. You cannot even believe what justification they have for that. For example, the person made a tweet or published a post in Instagram, then they confiscated all his properties or her properties. There are numerous numbers of that. For example, the former captain of the national football player, all of his properties were confiscated with mad moves of Mullah. I think that this is not going to be stopped if they stay in power. The people would be miserable.
Did you say somebody was like? I got a phone call.
Manuel, you have an opinion?
Well, I just got a phone call. I wanted to ask Matt if you could elaborate. We did what we had to do because I don't think the same. I think that we put ourselves in this position. I want him to elaborate. Maybe one of you do it the same. Maybe I can hear your thought about it. You hear when Matt said that. Well, we did what we got to do. We already bombed them to the H, something like that. That's what he said. But in the Stone Age, people access smartphones. Now they have iPhone, Samsung, and they have internal. When they cannot access Google search.
Matt, are you here?
He's got a phone call.
I know. Sometimes it shows that.
Sometimes he keeps saying it's I don't think anything's gonna happen for the coming month in terms of progress or an actual deal. Yes, deal is my mindset and my point of view that Mullah is not going to deal willingly. They need to be kicked out of the country or neutralized from politics. Otherwise, they will never ever voluntarily give up the interest that they are taking from the country with no other justification. Because if they lose this position, they cannot eat like this. They don't work, they sleep, move, they gossip, and they use the wealth of the country. If it comes to accountability, they cannot survive on these positions. And that is something that they vividly know, and they are making these unsuccessful negotiations and excuses to make that not actualized because they don't want accountability. They are used to eating for free. At the end of the day, it's fucking France's fault. They never should have let Ayatollah go back from France into fucking Iran. They should have kept him as a prisoner in Iran, never let him go back and lead their bullshit revolution. It's fucking France's fault. And France is to blame for a lot of shit. And fucking Macron, he doesn't come to our aid now, but yet he liberates America from the British. It's because they're culpable in all of this. They're responsible for all this. And this is the problem. People don't take responsibility for their bullshit fucking actions. Hello? Yes, I agree somehow to some extent about the position of France, and I think that some of the worries were some kind of justifiable in that point, but the reactions were extremely abnormal because they were thinking that there is going to be energy crisis in the world, and the previous Shah of Iran was not trying to cooperate with them to supply the energy with the some not fluctuated rates. For example, with some stable rates during the coming times. And this was a worry that
raised by the Shah's interviews during the last years of his governance. And they made this extreme move by substituting that valid guy with this guy. They did not have any knowledge about this guy, Ayatollah Khomeini, and they brought him instead of the Shah without evaluation what this guy have in comparison to the other guy. Why do you think this guy would help you support your energy? If that is not assuring you your energy, how do you think this mullah can do that instead of him? This was a very big mistake, substituting that problem with this bigger one. Even after that revolution, when the war with Iraq started, they somehow figured out the mess that they made, but they could have not reversed that moves, and they played with them until now. They just danced with the dances of money.
So France was willing to trade security and the law for cheap, free energy. I mean, it makes sense, but, you know, the French are responsible for a lot of society's conflict, and we should never forget that they're responsible for this. Not America, and definitely not Israel, but it's fucking France. Fuck Macron, fuck the French. They have become an Islamic state themselves, and America will do everything within its power to resist and defeat any new Islamic states that appear in the world. And Donald Trump, he is not going to leave this for a future presidency. He is either going to end this or he's going to find some kind of diplomatic solution. But, you know, whether he goes all in or not, I don't know. But he could just keep it like a festering wound and just continue to pummel them, but not take any big chances. To me, that seems like the smart move. Just continue to obliterate them strategically through the usage of commandos, special forces operations, aerial bombardment, tactical missile strikes, targeted assassinations, etc. Keep hitting them hard, keep hitting them often, keep them in confusion and chaos, and never give them a moment to fully regroup if they don't actually come up with parliamentary reforms and become a church and state separated type of government. To have church and state in one organization known as your government is extremely dangerous, and it's called Islam. Hello?
I think that President Macron was some kind of 2 years old boy when the Islamic regime took the power in Iran. During that time, Mitterrand was probably the president of France, and he was the ancestors of Macron. And I think that during that old school times, they had some kind of old school worries that not valid for the current rules of law, current time of the world. And a lot of those things that they were worried about are not valid anymore. And I think that Israel's position in that time was not voluntarily to not let the regime took over Iran, because Israel were involved in other conflicts during that time, and they did not, they could have not supported Shah like they wanted to. Maybe this was my thinking. Maybe they would have preferred Shah to stay in power if they could have. Because after that Islamic disastrous revolution, one of the guys that was the first foreigner visitors of Ayatollah Khomeini was the head of Hamas. And during that time, I don't remember his name, but I can Google him. He was one of the first guests of the Ayatollah Khomeini
after that Islamic bullshit revolution, and this Ayatollah Khomeini publicly announced that Iran is the property taken over by Islam for Islam, and this is for the religious. During that time, this was some kind of respectable kind of statement, because she learned it from one family and taught it to us. And they were thinking that this is the Islam that we know in our heads. But they came to the front step by step. And there are two big gangs inside the mullah groups that are founded in Qom, Iran. The main foundation of them was made by United Kingdom during the last century. And it is, for example, 150 years ago or so that they are influentially investing into mullahs associations. And there is a newer participation to the mullahs associations by Russians from almost 60 years ago. They are hugely investing inside mullahs association because their previous party named to the inside Iran was announced illegal. So they would have they stopped financing to the. Instead of that, they financed mullahs associations, and step by step they brought up their players upper in the hierarchy, like Khomeini and some other people that they have inside mullah, and they took over that, and now you can be sure that they almost 100% of the mullahs are polluted with both Russians and United Kingdom. Otherwise, they couldn't have survived as a mullah.
Well, I just want to quote Patty and say, fucking motherfucking Iran motherfucking military is as big as motherfucking United States military. Fuck! We can't beat them. They as big as us, as bad as us. Fuck! To quote Patty from Politically Incorrect, that incredibly competent military strategist who, when she went to Iraq, though she fought so bravely for this country, she is now a coward and has always hated Trump because he stands against their ghetto shit culture of incompetency and stupidity, and basically their own anger and frustration at their lack of intelligence, sophistication, quality. And I'm just trying to say that at the end of the day, they're going to have to try to figure out whether or not all their propaganda was worth it. Oh, and welcome, proud MAGA patriot. Hello.
Politically incorrect room, whenever I bring up some valid points about why and the reasons are to kick out mullah from politics, when they don't have any answer, they intentionally playing simple-minded, like go there and fight yourself, like they expect me to not be able to analyze is that the war was escalated to a level that the biggest army in the world is involved. It's one of the other biggest terrorist groups of the world. They are the biggest terrorist group, and this is the big are involved together in the biggest escalated war of this. Now they say that go there and fight to free your country. Like for example, this is a reason. Our reasoning. For example, we say that they killed 500,000 people in 48 hours, and they say go and fight your government. We don't understand that we can do that, and it is not possible for us. You know, intentionally playing simple mind. That we know in our heads. I hear that the Israeli government asked the United States to put pressure on the Lebanese government to put pressure against Hezbollah to make them accountable to the law of Lebanon. This was one of the most diplomatic moves that I could have ever imagined in this level of escalation, because this level of sanity, with this under this level of pressure, is unbelievable for me from the Israelis. They are too intelligent. I'm not sure how they can act like this. Because I lost my temper and reactions based on the things that happened in Iran. But they are also in this, but acting like this was. How is that possible? While they can hit Hezbollah by their own really hard. It is very interesting for me to see the and how he will react to the probable request of President Trump to face Hezbollah. Because that is a very big move for him, and he might not be willing to do that by his own.
So at 5 o'clock, the AP has an article that says Trump says he called off dispatching envoys to Iran talks. President Trump says he told top U.S. envoys not to travel to Pakistan to negotiate with Iran, telling Fox News they can call us anytime they want. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi left Pakistan Saturday evening, Pakistani officials told the AP. Trump said Thursday that Israel and Lebanon have agreed to an extended ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah by 3 weeks after the White House. The meeting was the second high-level negotiations and tankers involved in transporting Iranian oil. The move, announced Friday, actualizes the administration's threat to impose secondary sanctions on entities that do business with Iran, an effort to cut off Iran's key source of revenue, its oil exports. Airlines wide have begun canceling flights as the war strains supplies and pushes up prices. Here's what to know if your flight is canceled. I filled up my car today. It was, $55 for 10 gallons. And I'm just willing to pay an extra $20 every time I fill up my car, or $30 or even $40. That means that the people in Iran can be free, and free from a church and government Shia Ummah system where laws and Allah determine the jurisprudence of your jury, and blood money is what's paid. In the same way that when a Palestinian murders a Jew, they get blood money from the Ummah of the Palestinians. And so I, for one, am looking forward to the United States continuing to kick the shit out of these Islamic terrorists mercilessly. And when we hit them, I hope we hit them harder than we've ever before. And they come back and they say, we're going to have a constitutional convention with regards to the Ummah and the Islamic Mohammedan laws. We're going to become more Western. We're going to have parliamentary debate. And we're going to have equal rights in this country that's subjected to Mohammedan Islamic law. That would be great. Hello?
I am very thankful for consideration of Iranian people, and you see, from our side of view, when our own government this is very admirable. I'm very thankful to you.
I just want to play a little song on my harmonica dedicated to all the freedom fighters in Iran trying to overthrow this Islamic terrorist regime known as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Long live the fighters!
I love that. I mean, my dad used to always play the harmonica. The correspondence that's on there now is everybody wants.
Biba, why don't you come on up here and explain to us the difference between a Western jurisprudence judicial system like the Magna Carta, Constitution, Bill of Rights, versus Mohammedan law and the Charter of Medina, amendments of the Islamic Constitution, but I'm sure you've never read it. I'm sure you've never heard of it because you're ignorant and you have no idea what Islamic legal systems are like. It's all based off of the Charter of Medina, and it's all based off of intimidation, blackmail, blood money, and mafia, gangster, tribalistic tactics to divide and conquer and rule according to Muhammad. And again, there's only believers and non-believers. And if you don't think that Muhammad is the messenger, well, guess what? You're a non-believer and you're out of the Ummah and you got to pay a jizz tax. Hello? You see the Western world, men fighting in the West since the year 600 have been resisting Mohammedan laws because they view it as ridiculous, absolutely absurd and stupid. And not one American will ever bend the knee to a Mohammedan who claims that you got to pay us our jizya because you a non-believer. Hello? Resist the Muslims. Fight the Muslims. And never trust a Muslim. Because there are only in-groups and out-groups with Muslims. And they don't have parliamentary debate. They have all or nothing Mohammedan dictates. It's fascism and it's terrorism. And it's stupid. Hello?
Exactly, it is a fascism like Hitler. They are racist like that, and they want to just clear the generation of the people and the population like they want. They want to orient the decisions and the things that is going to be, for example, chosen by people, by the government and the institutions. This is, I think, a big breach of the privacy, and it is like, for example, ethnic cleaning, like Hitler was trying to do. With the difference that they are 70 years, 8 years after that. But with that barbaric mindset.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that phone call was ridiculously long. Jesus. But my phone, I don't want to risk it all day long. My phone has been kind of acting weird. Like I spent like 2 hours just trying to fix the mic. I thought this is what that is, no?
No, so Trump wasn't invited to that.
No, he's there for the first time. I'm pretty sure this is the one.
No, remember, it's a, this is different, because remember when Barack Obama roasted Trump?
Yeah, that's the same one that we're at, aren't we? Isn't this the one, no?
No.
Let me get a look. I thought this was the one, but maybe I'm wrong. You're right. Maybe you're right. Hey, he's supposed to make like jokes and stuff. I saw the press secretary saying it's gonna be really funny what he does.
Or maybe it was that Obama and them weren't coming.
Oh, let me look. Yeah, they had the one with Obama making jokes here last time or whatever. This is the one, yeah. This is the same one. The one that was
Okay.
Obama was at, remember?
Yeah, that was, okay, so this is that.
As far as I know, just not that's what that
So none of the former presidents this one.
In this time, the foreign minister of Russia recently announced that the enrichment of uranium is the right of mullahs. Interesting, right? Mullah has nuclear power. I did not believe he is this dumb. Is he dumb? I cannot analyze his move because he is one of the nuclear powers of the world. But he wants Mullah with nuclears. Mullah is very unpredictable with nuclears. Why do they want him?
Elijah, is this the same?
Annie?
Oh,
Do I know you, Annie?
no. I thought it was the other Elijah.
Oh, okay.
This is the same one, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean the same one? What are you saying?
No, I'm talking about the correspondence guy.
Oh, I man. Yeah. So, how's it going?
Great. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from a communist nation.
You are? Do you like it?
Huh?
Do you like it?
Like what?
Isn't it?
It's better than democracy, that's for damn sure, because greed is killing your nation at the moment.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from China.
China? Okay.
But you don't sound like a Chinese.
I know, I don't sound Chinese, but that's where I'm from. I went abroad, studied for a while, I came back, and yeah.
I wish there was a passenger in this car. Could have made it better. His business says there was a passenger between you and
I don't know, listen, Peter, I have no accent, the way you speak English, it's very hard to try to say it.
don't say one word as safe. I'm from Iran.
Right. You live in Germany. Yes, cool. Just hold on for a second. Matt, do you mind if I talk to you about a towel, if you don't mind?
Do what again?
You mind if I talk to you about a towel? That's what I came here for.
The title, yeah, go for it, yeah.
Thank you, sir. War/US winning bigly left side. What do you mean by that exactly, a towel? You talking about the war in Iran?
Yeah, that's pretty much the one more that's sticking
Well,
out.
Iran is pretty much fucked. We all know that. So,
Yeah, they're pretty much done.
you know, they're done for. And I never liked them anyway. I think they're just weird people. So, yeah. So that's just my opinion.
I don't like the people, but I don't like the IRGC. Yeah.
I don't like them either. I think it's a good idea to, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Israel or America, but, you know, I think it's a good thing what they're doing, you know, to prevent, you know, these terrorists from getting their hands on nukes. That's just my opinion. Because, like what Trump says, you know, if they had them, they would have used them. So, I think it's a good idea what they did to keep the peace. So, yeah.
So you're pretty much on board, sounds like, with the title so far.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
He doesn't like
Anything to keep nukes out of the hands of terrorists, hell yeah. I'm all for it.
Now, I was talking about Henry Kissinger and his successful diplomatic relation with China. And this was a big positive, I think the biggest turning point of this recent history of diplomatic in the whole world, maybe. Don't we need another person like him in this time between Iran and United States? Not IRGC or Islamic regime, I mean between the people of Iran and the United States, the future government.
You know, Peter, sometimes I wonder how you lasted this long on stage, because I can't understand a single word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm not trying to be rude,
No
but, you know,
problem.
I don't know how you lasted this long on stage. I really don't.
No problem, because as you were saying, you can understand my speech. I think you are intentionally playing like that, like the other room.
Not at all. Are you living in Germany right now?
You understood? Actually, no. You know?
You living in Germany right now, Peter?
Yes, I am living in
You speak fluent German?
No, I speak fluent English.
So if you're struggling to speak English, what are you doing over there?
I am not struggling talking English.
I can't understand what you're saying right now. And judging by your profile picture, you work in construction, right? Or something related to that?
This is irrelevant to the question that I'm.
Right. So how did you manage to get a job? How did you manage to get a job in Europe if you can't speak good German or even good English? Like, what are we doing here, man?
You're trying to ditch the question.
Oh God! Alright, you guys go. I'm just gonna stay on mute.
You understood this again.
This guy's pissing me off.
Exactly. I am not taking your point because I believe you. You are understanding this.
And he's well known. We know Peter. He's been hanging out with us in other rooms for a couple weeks now.
I don't like him personally. I'm sorry.
I get it, but I think we're just so used to it. That's why it's not bothering us. Yeah. Anybody new would be like, "Oh my God, what's going on here?"
God, oh God, I forgot I turned my picture black. Sorry.
Hey, what do you got? What is?
No, I forgot I haven't been back on. That's funny. I just so black. That's really sad. I don't want to be just black with it.
Really?
No, I mean just like so dark.
It's kind of.
I think there's humor behind it, but I just wanted to say hi. I don't know if you guys think it's interesting, but I just wanted to say hi. I hope you guys are having a good day. I mean it, and I really do, because it's been a weird times lately, like so much chaos. But I do think that this White House correspondence dinner is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be really funny. So I don't know if you guys are. It's just they just actually greeted Trump, and they're having dinner. So I guess it's going to be back on in an hour and a half, and it's pretty going to be interesting. I think I'm curious to see what Trump's going to say, because the thing is, a lot of people they actually wanted him not to be invited. A lot of people didn't go. Like there are a lot of people actually that hide, a lot of YouTubers that actually have very big audience. They didn't go. A lot of people are banning it. But it'll be really interesting to see. But they actually, other people, a lot of them and other people asked them to actually disinvite him. Like they literally wrote to, I guess it was, I didn't. So it's really interesting. But I mean, it's like him showing up at the Supreme Court. Just to intimidate. Sitting in the front row. Did he fall asleep? But no one could see. I was kind of curious to know if he fell asleep from the Supreme judges, because I don't think he was there that long. But I would be surprised if he did. But no one could see him because he was sitting right in front of them, so they would only know. So I thought it was funny. So I'm curious to know what stab he might take tonight. Got any ideas?
Wait, there's an active shooter in there, and they're all hiding behind their chairs.
Oh no, really?
Look.
Are you kidding? Oh shit!
Oh,
Dude, I don't want to hear. Really?
oh,
No.
shit.
Oh fuck!
I see it on C-SPAN right now.
Holy shit! No, you're right. It's on. I have my TV on. Oh my god! I'm sorry.
I think Trump is he shot? Oh shit!
Dude, this is fucking weird. Shit. Okay.
Gunshots. Did you hear it?
Oh my god.
Maybe they threw something on the ground there. Alright, I gotta change the title. Holy crap.
Holy shit! I'm sorry. I didn't expect this. I saw on my TV too.
Here in Bohan, you've been a association president. What is the security?
Hold on.
People seem to be walking out relatively.
That's Stephen Miller? I didn't so many people sitting there. So,
Holy shit.
I mean, there's shots of a lot of people aren't leaving.
Association president.
What the fuck, dude?
They're walking out. I just saw Hegseth walk out.
Look at those guys inside.
Obviously, it's taken very seriously in their meetings way in advance with the White House Correspondents Association, the Secret Service, the hotel staff. There is a lot of planning that is put into it. We've got 2,600 people in that hall, not to mention all of the people in the hotel. I was at the venue earlier, and there were protesters outside. There was a security perimeter. In fact, it was tighter security than I've ever seen. I did notice, though, that at least two protesters got into the lobby, and that shouldn't happen.
So, Mike Durkee is a former Trump insider. Secret Service has the last word, basically, as a travel. Basically, anything that comes around any traveler movement across the desk. And they would work with the dinner organizers with the hotel. This is the location in Washington, D.C. that's used every year for this event. So this is not a unusual place to hold a high level security. And I believe that they use this hallroom so often that the waiters, the waitresses, etc., all have some type of a security clearance that they can be in there as the president. Right before this started, we saw Bruce Trump in the mentalist talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump. He was doing some cards, and it'll be interesting to see what they were talking about. But right now, it's been maybe 5 minutes since the shutdown.
Shit, I mean, I just wanted to wish you guys a happy Saturday. I mean, wow. I mean, this was crazy. I can't believe I was calling it. You guys thought, oh my, this is really weird.
So, does anybody can confirm there was gunfire or not? I don't know.
I think that if there's gunfire, they probably would have cleared them out. I mean, to be honest, I think they would have had to. I mean, sorry.
It might have been outside, outside the hallways or whatever.
I mean, if they thought it was any possibility of having any gunfire inside, they would have to clear them out. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, people that, so I don't, I don't know. They would have to. They would have to clear them out. There's no way. They'd have to clear them out. So I don't think I don't know. This is just got a weird vibe to it, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what it is. Well, no, it's got a weird vibe.
The weird vibe is he's about to roast these motherfuckers. He's gonna roast these fucking liberal cocksuckers. He's been roasting them all week, and he's gonna roast them again. He's gonna come out and roast these motherfuckers.
I wasn't trying to cause. I thought maybe this is not pleasant. I'm really kind of bummed because I was wishing everyone a good Saturday because it's been really weird lately, and I was curious to see what you guys thought. And then I can't believe this.
We need total protection at all times. We need Trump behind bulletproof glass. He should never be exposed. He's more valuable than the Pope, more valuable than any person on the planet right now. And if they don't take all precautions and just put him on the stage with a bunch of fucking people that work in the media, I mean, what do you expect? Treat this man like the fucking high security asset that he is. They almost blew his fucking head off in Shanksville. And we don't even know anything about Michael Crooks. They just incinerated his disgusting little slimy body.
Weird. I watched something about that the other day on Michael Crooks. It was really weird, and I'm sorry, it was really weird. I watched something about Michael Crooks. I mean, it was really weird. Honestly, it was from former people that actually did this. They did it really, and actually it made me. And honestly, I wondered. I just think it's really. And there's certain things about Element that are really fucking weird. I mean, seriously, how come that building was not, covered? That is just, I mean, that doesn't make it any sense. I'm not a security girl, at all. But fuck shit, dude. That is fucking weird. What the fuck happened? I don't know, all things weird. Anyways, Michael Crooks, no one knows about him. It's kind of, weird. Why is that, I don't know. This is really, weird. Okay? I mean, weird. So.
So a lot of the liberal Democrats on this app think that that Congress is going to be plus 525 Democrat, and they're delusional. There's a chat right here. It says, what does it say?
It will be, so some people say, I don't recall exactly who spoke about it, but there was a lot of information that was provided that made it question Michael Cook.
It says Dems live in their bubble, but when they step out for the next national election, they'll be shocked at how little votes they get.
I'm just saying, it's weird.
Hello?
It's just weird that we don't know more about the guy because he would talk about it all the time. Trump talks about it, only him. He doesn't talk about it. It is fucking weird that he doesn't talk about it because it's always about him. And he doesn't. And it's really fucking weird because that is what Trump does, and that's a fact. I mean, that's my point. When you really look at the dichotomy, it's his personality, he's a narcissistic motherfucker. I mean, seriously, it's so fucking weird that he would be, that he doesn't think, it is fucking weird. And I mean, there's a lot of weird shit, but I mean, it is weird. That we don't know more about this guy. I mean, those things are politicians. Anyways, hopefully it doesn't look like anyone was shot here. So hopefully everyone's okay. I mean, but fuck, dude, this is just fucking, I don't know, weird shit. I think it's just pretty weird. I was hoping that we would all be in a good mood right now. I mean, I don't like seeing this shit happen.
Yeah, that's weird because X hasn't even, nobody's really posted anything on X. It's still delayed. X was down. I think there were so many people going to it.
Well, we talked about it. I was in a good mood finally,
What's that, Blake?
No, I said I was just about to say, after you guys said that this going on, I went to check. I turned on NPR while I'm in the car. It's just not even fucking saying that they didn't interrupt the program to bring this up. And then I'm looking on freaking YouTube, the algorithm won't touch it. I even went as far as
Try not one story on X. This is something is wrong right now.
yeah.
How's her not one story?
Where did you guys hear this from?
Secret Service got up on the little panel area. Everybody was ducking out of the chairs under tables. We could see it live on TV.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy, actually. They all got above the chairs, seriously, with armor, and were, pointing at everyone in the audience. But the people didn't run. That was the other weird thing. So, I don't know what the fuck happened.
This is so weird. There's not one thing on it.
Dude, it's totally creepy. I don't like this right now. It's Halloween. I don't fucking like this.
I finally got one from Mario, Mario Knopfall, that guy.
What are they? Are they turning our internet off now? Are we on now?
Down, girl, slow the fuck down.
Yeah, loud sounds reported inside the White House Correspondents' Center. Trump and Melania have been removed. Agents visibly alarmed during evacuation. Source of the sound not confirmed. Event is ongoing as of this writing. Trump still set to deliver remarks, developing situation. So it only took, this is going on in 20 minutes for a big account like that to do something funny,
Dude, everyone's on their phones. There's walking through everyone's on their phones, in the audience. They're all there, though. So they would have evacuated if they was just thought. I mean, what the fuck, dude? I don't know. Weird shit.
Are you Doc?
God, there's a lot of people in that room, though. I would say, how big is this? Probably 1,000, maybe. How many people do you think are in that room? Got that 2,000 people? I mean, it's a big room. To evacuate that room, that's also a big deal, too.
And have to shout over other reporters and maybe get to ask one. Yes, we have access, but we don't have
weird.
Feels like cash patel.
But I don't know. I'm not plates before, so I know what it sounds like. You can't say that. That's really good. So that's what it sounded like. Maybe perhaps it was, but I don't know,
Say Trump was not shot, the shooter was neutralized.
I think it should be highlighted and remember your reaction to everyone else in the room. That's a big deal. People didn't run or look like they were running, ducking for their lives. If That is super
Today is
weird.
National
If you could
Independent
tell
Bookstore
fire,
Day. As
you would
part
think
of the
every
Chicagoland
single
Bookstore
person in
Call,
the area
we're visiting
like right.
an old town Chicago.
All those people,
Come on in.
you know, that's a big, that's honestly, that's almost an unsafe room. I'm surprised. I have to be honest, I'm surprised they would put that many people in this room without making it more like organized, because that would be a shit show if there was something going down there, because there's no to like lines of like getting people in and out of there. That's a lot of, that's a huge fucking room. And it's not organized, set up properly either. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Isn't there a movie?
holy fuck, dude.
Isn't there
No,
a...
'cause no, dude, you have to be. It is weird. Like, look at you guys. Are you watching the video? See how there's no
from the stage where I was thinking I was feeling up there in the first place. So I get security is telling us that everything's okay. One second, guys.
I did not want to be. What happened? Okay, there's a lot of people who think the idea like that's a lot of people in the room. That's really scary.
I would say that the access, but we don't have to shout over our other. What the fuck? There is a shooter.
You know, I mean,
just like talking their close to, police, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a movie, about this shit, he takes a bullet, what's his name, police, the president's correspondent dinner, so. But anyway, so it's obvious people want to kill this dude. We've known that. But I think when anyone tries to attack Trump, they're attacking America. They're attacking the will of the people. Not the will of every people, but the majority of Americans, man, when they're trying to kill this man. And it's obvious he's doing
we don't even know who he's trying to. We don't even know what happened yet. And let's just honestly, because let's just take it from.
Yeah, it's developing.
Yeah.
So it's ongoing.
I don't think we should be saying because we don't know. And
Yeah, I've been posting the X and I'm getting tremendous feedback. Lots of impressions. There's chaos, but there's no one could confirm whether it was the lobby or outside the building. But either way, Trump is not shot, and whoever was playing with guns, it couldn't sit here and listen to our glorious president, our brave warrior president, fighting the Islamic Caliphate, fighting the Ummah of Muhammad.
the shooter was anyone else shot?
I don't know. It's developing.
Yeah, this is a media blackout though.
Yeah.
There's a media blackout, yeah. So we don't know. We don't know who it was, why it was, but for